Thank you, councillors. I'm on page 5, item 57. Notice was given in terms of section 29(1) of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act and Rule 5.1 of the Council Standing Rules and Orders. Item 58, application for leave of absence will be dealt with administratively. Then, with regards to the acceptance of the agenda, I want to move item 65.1 to the first item on the agenda. We have Ms. Sylvia Gelderblom from National Caucus here with us. She was designated from the Minister to deal with this item, so not to keep her the whole day here with us. I'm moving this item as the first item so that we can deal with that, so that if she needs to leave, she can leave and has fulfilled her responsibilities today. Can I then get nominated for the acceptance of the agenda and a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
Yes, Councillor Kotze.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The DI request a 30-minute caucus, please.
Wasanya wena 30 minutes.
Thank you. The caucus is granted. Please be back by 25:02.
Speaker.
Ba hulanya ba halona wano. Ba hulanya wana. Ukira bona ka 30 minutes ala caucus o tlo caucus ka rona mo. Yes, yes, ma'am.
acceptance of the agenda. Madam Speaker, the DA requests that item 62.2, designation of councillor as the acting council whip, be withdrawn from the agenda for the following reasons. Section 2.1 reads that the position of the council whip has once again become vacant due to the rule Nisi interdict order granted in favour of the ANC that lodged an urgent application against the Speaker, Mayor and Municipality. The basis of the application was that the municipality has allowed 7 expelled ANC councillors from the political party to attend a meeting held on 14 April. The relief sought by the ANC was that the meeting held on 14 April 2023 be set aside and that Mr. Poppy Mokoena be interdicted to execute duties as the Executive Mayor. Madam Speaker, Section 41F of the Municipal Structures Act states that if the whip of the Municipal Council is absent or not available to perform the functions of whip or during a vacancy, the Council must elect another councillor to act as whip. Councillors, the position of the Council whip is not vacant. Look, here is the Councillor David Maswele. Madam Speaker, he was even here trying to get access to his office, but unfortunately the NCR did not attend to the terms of reference or to the financial recovery plan and was part of a political game, not for Mr. David Maswele to do his duties as the council whip, as was elected by this council. Section 2A Rule Nisi do issue returnable on Thursday, 1 June 2023, calling upon the respondent to show cause, if any, why the following order should not be made. This is what the interim interdict is about. That meeting was never set aside by the court. The interdict also stated that the elected executive mayor, Mr. Councillor Poppy Mokoena, cannot execute any of his duties. Madam Speaker, the NCR nor the HOD of Corporate Services are judges in this council. How can they say that this position is vacant? Madam Speaker, therefore, the DA once again requests that item 62.2 be removed from the agenda. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor
The EFF support that 6.2 be removed from the agenda. Thank you very much.
Speaker. Over here.
Sorry, Councillor Matai, can I just give to the NCR Memalaza?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, can I remind Council again, in terms of reference, that were signed by the Minister of Finance, on the 20th of April 2022. It reads, just a moment, that the NCR must ensure that all reports for decision-making by any delegated authority, including the Municipal Council and Executive Mayor, must be presented by the accounting officer, must be processed by the accounting officer in concurrence with the National Cabinet representative. I have reserved and exercised my right as the National Cabinet representative after observing events that took place of Council of 14 April. Speaker, I communicated to yourself while Council was still on, and I sent you an email because we could not attend Council on that day because we were scared for our lives. However, during the meeting when we were planning for security, we indicated that we will be listening in on the Council. And all Council decisions are still subject to the NCR's concurrence. The Council decisions of the 14th of April will not and have not been given concurrence by the NCR. On all items, I indicated that all decisions of that meeting are null and void, and I think I have been vindicated by the court case that is currently on. Speaker, I called you for a meeting on the Monday to indicate that officially we have a speaker, but we do not have all the other positions. And until and when these positions are filled in a legal, acceptable manner, then we can recognize. I rest.
Speaker.
Councillor Matai.
On the very same meeting, by itself.
Councillors, please just allow Councillor Matai.
It's not on record. Use the other one. Please, use the other one.
It's very clear your mic, you will speak a seat on it.
Deliberately closed. Deliberately switched off.
Councillors, can we please just
Point
settle
of order.
down, please, councillors.
Point of order.
Councillor Pretorius.
Madam Speaker, obviously there's a technical difficulty with that mic.
Point of order. Point of order, Speaker.
Councillors.
Point of order, Speaker.
Councillors.
Point of order.
Councillors.
Point of order, Speaker.
Councillors, just quickly listen.
Point of order, Speaker.
I will acknowledge you now, Councillor. Just listen, please. To me, as the
Point
speaker.
of order, Speaker.
Councillors.
We can see your intentions.
Councillors, please.
I'm on the platform, please. What's
Point
going on
of
here?
order.
Councillors.
Point of order, Speaker. You can't allow another person to speak when the other one was already
Councillors,
speaking.
a point of order was called.
Sheba wena ke builwe.
Councillors,
Point
please.
of order.
Councillors. Councillors, please settle down. We are attending to the mics not working. A point of order was called. We are trying to listen on what? So if everybody will just settle down, we can hear what.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker.
Can the Honourable Councillor please, there's a technical difficulty obviously with that mic to save time.
Point of
Can you
order,
please just
Speaker.
use the mic? Can you please just be quiet so I can speak?
We are not your garden boy, we are not your garden boy here. We are not your garden boy here, boy. You cannot talk like that with us, well. You cannot talk like that with us. We are not your garden boy here.
Councillors,
We are not your
please
garden boy
settle
here.
down.
Don't talk to us like that. Don't talk to us like that.
Councillor
We are not your
Pretorius.
garden boy here.
Manis,
We are not your
Councillor
garden boy.
Pretorius.
it's ridiculous.
I'm trying to.
Ridiculous. Can I please finish? Can I please finish?
Councillors.
I don't listen to you.
Councillor Pretorius. Councillor Pretorius.
Yes, sir. Councillor Mata is still on the platform.
Councillors, please just settle down, please. Can we just first sort out the technical problems and then we will continue. Councillors, please, can we not agitate each other while we wait? Please, councillors.
Speaker. Speaker.
Councillor, you're not recognized. Let's just work out the technical problems, then we can continue.
Can you adjourn for 5 minutes in order to avoid this? Ori?
Councillors, I'm going to give a 5-minute, or let's make it a 10-minute comfort break, just to sort out the technical problems. So please be back by 10:55. Thank you, councillors. Can we please settle down? Thank you, councillors. Please settle down. Okay, I'm going to give over to Councillor Matai.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I think the poor polemics and the theatrics by the Democratic Alliance, acting in cahoots with their steel wedges and maces, are regrettable. This is not the right platform to second-guess the court decision. If you are tempted to do so, I would advise you to go back to court. I would advise you honestly to go back to court and seek a legal recourse. This council has been convened against the learned advice of the MCR, and I propose that we should follow the advice that she has provided. Because DA cannot come to this council meeting, start first by wasting 30 minutes when they are now alive to a possibility that this meeting will undo what they have done. They now want to throw out of the window items which are duly presented before this council. And I would implore on your consciousness, Speaker, to guide this meeting in the right direction. Otherwise, as the ANC would come after you, we would honestly come after you.
Point of order, please don't threaten the Speaker.
I suggest, Honourable Speaker, because I'm still on the platform, I stand opposed to a suggestion
Point of order, Madam
made by
Speaker.
the DA, and if you so allow,
Councillor
I would want the
Matai.
House
Councillor
to put this
Matai.
matter on a vote.
Sorry. Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it is now clearly on record, thanks to the ANC that insisted that it be on record, that the Honourable Councillor has made a definite threat towards you. And from our side, we would like to plead that action be taken. He can either withdraw that, or we will insist that further action be taken. Furthermore, that is not a point of order. That is a speech that he's delivering. And thirdly...
And she's ruling.
Councillor Leach. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are in engagement now in this council. Councillor Matai have a right to engage to any item, have an opinion to say anything that he wanted to say. I don't think that is a threat. ANC can come to you with an engagement, with a discussion of any sort. It doesn't even mention on which way ANC will come to you. We are in the council, in the right platform. If he was having a plan, he was supposed to say any other way. This meeting is in public, anyone is listening. If he was threatening you, the way the Councillor Leach is saying, the point of order is that Councillor Matai is not threatening the Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Leach, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would suggest that the councillor please go to the nearest book shop and buy herself a dictionary, because it will clearly state that come after you is very different from coming to you. So we insist that he withdraw that statement, or we will take further steps, because you are not protected in council from making threats. Furthermore, we would like to remind you that there's something like the Code of Conduct. And the three of you, new councillors,
Point of order.
took an oath this morning to abide by that. Thank you.
Through you, Speaker. Councillor Leach cannot talk directly to another councillor in this council. She must go through you. And luckily, I will start to speak with our own language, because the clever di teng ka mona di kgone ho tlisisa hore na ha re bua ka puo ya rona ba batla go fetolela ba batla re bue ntwe na hanweng ke bona hore na ba re eng rona re Basotho thola wena tsebe tsa ho tona. Rona re Basotho. Then ha re le Basotho re bua dintho tse tshwanetseng.
Councillor. Seeing that I've not gotten to announcements, we weren't able to get translation services for the meeting today. And I asked all caucus whips yesterday to indicate this to the different caucuses. So please, if you make inputs, please make them in English so that everybody can understand. Please, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. That's why I wanted to correct Councillor Leach to say she is privileged to be what she is, and she attended the school that she attended. So when we are speaking English here, we speak in the English the way we understand. This is not a place where it's going to teach us how to speak English. She must understand what we're trying to say. Thank you.
Councillors, are there any more inputs with regards to the request to remove the item, or can I make a ruling on it? Councillor Dipale.
Speaker, the point of order still stands. Coming after you or coming onto you is two different things. He must withdraw. He must withdraw unconditional. So please, let us not move to another item before we deal with this matter. We cannot, this is not a political engagement, this is council. So please.
Councillor Matai, will you please withdraw that remark?
I will not withdraw. Another synonym for coming after you, it means coming for you. So I will not withdraw. I will not withdraw that.
Councillor Matai, I'm once again respectfully going to ask you, please just withdraw that and just rephrase that sentence.
I withdraw, but the message is carried.
No buts, no buts. Withdraw unconditionally.
Who are you?
I'm popular.
Councillor Musala.
Thank you, Speaker. I stand to second the presentation made by Councillor Matai to emphasize that designating a councillor is not a Schedule 3. Therefore, we don't want and we don't have intention to withdraw the item. As the ANC, we are moving for support of the item as is.
Councillor Ganagel.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm in disagreement with the NCR because what she's saying is that she was there at her house watching us on the television, and whatever decision that she does not feel comfortable with, she will decide she's not comfortable with. As far as I understand it, her being here is for financial concurrence, things that have financial implications, not things that she is not comfortable with, that she can call out when and how she pleases. Because if that is the case, then she must be the council and the councillor, she must be everything and everybody herself, because when she's watching us on the television screen and she's not happy about it, she will then SMS you, WhatsApp you, sending you funny message and say, I'm not happy with this, let's now not have this decision take forth. I think she was sitting too long in that ANC caucus of hers, and I want to say to the community of Mangaung, if that is the stance of the NCR, then we as a council have got no authority. Then we might as well, all of us, let's go home, because she's the sole council and councillor.
Speaker.
Councillors, I'm just going to ask everybody, can we just stay calm and not, what's the word? Disrespect each other in council. Can we please not disrespect each other in council, please, councillors? Councillor Mongale.
Thank you, Speaker. I will try to respect everybody in the House because they've been elected by the people of Mangaung. On the issue of National Cabinet Rep, where she made an error into creating an impression that Mangaung is under administration. Mangaung is not under administration. Mangaung is under national intervention, section 1397. That means their mandate here, in terms of the responsibility of the National Cabinet Rep, as written in the document that gave guidance to her operation. If we can check section 1.1H, it states very clear that all the reports that are supposed to come to the council for decision making must be approved by the city manager and ratified by the National Cabinet Rep. But in no way does it insinuate that this council will be subject, decisions of this council will be subject to approval of the National Cabinet Rep. Because that technically will put this entire Mangaung under administration, and that is legally flawed. Coming to the other matter, because the mandate of all the national team is mandatory financial recovery plan. They must only deal with matters that will have the financial implication to this institution. That is why they are here. Out of that, they should not have been here in the first place. Now, on the issue of the duty of the council, this council has got legislative and executive powers that are reserved to this council as per the legislation that are governing the municipality. I'm referring to Municipal Systems Act and Structures Act. And there is in no way where it has been created that the Structures Act and the Municipal Systems Act are being suspended on the intervention, that their intervention will also suspend existing legislations. So on the other matter that was raised by another honorable councillor.
Order. I think that, Speaker...
Sorry, Councillor Maroke, I haven't recognized you yet.
You said point of order.
Is Councillor Maroke?
I think that we need to really, as councillors, respect the national cabinet reps and also the national intervention team which is here, because whether you talk about Structures Act or whatever, all the legislative processes derive its mandate from the Constitution. And the National Treasury as the custodian, in terms of DORA, as they are the only people with interest in the running of these municipalities, Cabinet Rep has the right, as they are here, to advise the council in terms of proper decision making for the proper running of the council. And I don't think it is of this council's interest.
Point of clarity, Madam
Speaker. The chief whip of
Councillor
council.
Maroke.
So I'm saying that...
Councillor Maroke, please, there's a point of clarity.
No, I'm saying that...
Councillor Maroke, please. Councillor Vivia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would also like to get the opportunity, like the councillor who have spoken now, to give my point of view. But what we are busy with now, as soon as a councillor makes a presentation on how you must see this, if some councillors do not agree, it's point of orders, and then they give their whole story. So maybe we can stop with that. I would also be much obliged to give my view, but to just raise a point of order because you do not agree doesn't make sense. Maybe you can give me clarity on that, because this is the way this point of order is feeling for me.
Councillor Morake, you may continue, but please make it a point of order. What specifically, what Councillor Mwale said?
No, what I'm saying, the NCR have powers because the same council take decision to accept the national intervention. And as such, they have the powers to advise this council into
Councillor
a proper running
Morake,
of this council.
sorry,
Thank you.
apologies, but that's not a point of order. So please,
No,
councillors,
here is the
please,
point of order.
Please, councillor, you're not recognized. Councillors, please, if you want to make a point of order, it is with regards to something specific that another councillor said.
Yes, I'm doing that.
Councillor, just wait. So, as was indicated, if you do not agree with what a councillor is saying, then wait until that councillor has finished, raise your hand, and you will also given an opportunity to raise your inputs. Councillor Mongole can continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on the issue that Councillor Matai raised, on the matter of the court ruling, on the matter that was referred to as ANC versus the executive mayor of Mangaung and all others that are mentioned on the document, I need to state it on record that in no way in the document where it is stating that there is a prayer that the court has ordered that the current whip of the council should not perform any functions. The order was very clear. It was against the executive mayor. And it even became clear on the prayers. We can give it even to the media and the experts so that they can see that we are not misleading the public of Mangaung. The document does not show anywhere out of the 9 prayers where it is saying that the whip of the council should stop performing its functions. But we'll also be waiting for anyone that will stand up and show us which bullet is that one, because we need to move. And while we are moving, we must also not undermine the law. But people should refer us to any prayer that is mentioned under the order that is stating that the whip of the council has been interdicted to perform any other duty, as it has been very clear on the issue of executive mayor.
Councillor Musola.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a few minutes ago, NCR has just clarified to this council that the council of the 14th of April, it's null and void, all the decisions that were taken in that council. That includes the election of the whip.
Point of clarity.
So what Councillor Mongale is saying now, it's really not in line. That is my point of order.
Councillor Leach.
Speaker, I've been raising my hand for a very long time.
This is unfair. A point of order. This is a point of clarity. As Councillor Musala just indicated, Mrs. Malatsi did indicate, I would just, on a point of clarity, like her to please just quote us on that specific legislation. To which legislation is she referring specifically that indicates that all council decisions must be in concurrence with the NCR? Because we have 2 things here. We've got the legislation, the constitution, and then we've got the court ruling. So if we can get specifics on the table, then we can deal with that, please. Thank you.
Councillor Nakelo.
Speaker, it is unfortunate that all of a sudden all of us develop an amnesia. We cannot even remember certain things. And also it is unfortunate that all the councillors are raising the issues that they have raised, irrespective of the advice that was given by the NCR in relation to the council meeting of the 14th of April. But however, over and above that, it cannot be that the majority of us are misleading the public of Mangaung that there was a council meeting on the 14th because it was a bogus council meeting. Just a group of individuals decided to meet and call that particular meeting a council meeting. Because in an essence,
Point of order,
everybody
Speaker.
knows in this house that that meeting did not even correct because people who attended there were not even councillors that attended. So it means everybody can just call everybody from the street and everybody in the gallery and make them come in the council so that they can participate and take decision and elect the weekend special.
Councillor Nikelo, just quickly sit down.
But
Councillor Ganaga.
Ntate Nikelo, salary ya bo PR ya o hlantsha. We are
No.
We are
Point of order.
Councillor
Point of order.
Point of
Councillor
order.
Ganaga, please address the House, not councillors specifically.
Point of order.
to Speaker.
Point of order. Point of order.
Councillors in this council, we're not just anybody.
Point of order.
That
Point
council
of order.
was called
Councillor
by you
Ganaga.
as the Speaker. It's fine, I'll sit down, I'm done.
Councillor Banyana,
Thank you. I'm Banyani, not Banyana.
sorry.
Speaker, I was just gonna ask Councillor there to withdraw Lehlanya. Our chief whip is not Lehlanya. And first of all, that one thing that I want to make it clear, I think that is too much on her head. So it's making her not to think correctly. You must try to cut her when it
Point
comes.
of order, please,
Thank you.
Madam Speaker. Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could you please ask that councillor to withdraw the derogative terms of reference towards Councillor Ganaga? He cannot stand here and insult the way she dresses, the way her hair is.
Councillor Banyani, please withdraw.
I ask her to withdraw first. Then
I
this,
withdraw, Speaker.
Madam,
She has withdrawn, so please withdraw.
withdraw.
Honourable Speaker.
Councillors, please. I want to make a ruling on this. So can we please just allow everybody to make their input?
No.
In a respectful way. I will get to everybody, but can we just please stop with the point of orders so that we can move on from this point? Everybody will be allowed to make their inputs. So make your inputs. If you don't agree with what somebody is saying, then raise your hand afterwards and then make your case. But for us to now, between each other, now start calling points of orders on things that are not point of orders will get us nowhere. We will sit here till tomorrow. So please, can we just respect each other and each other's opinions? Everybody will be afforded an opportunity to speak. Councillor Vivier.
Speaker, I was still on the platform, or now I'm no longer allowed to speak. She called out. She called
Sorry,
point
Councillor
of order.
Nikelo, sorry, my fault. Please continue.
Thanks, Speaker. Through you, Speaker, I may be ke hlantshwa ke salary ya bo PR, but at least I'm not here to impress Medeme le Obas at the expense of the community of Mangaung. I'm here to serve the community of Mangaung. But what I wanted to say is that, Speaker, Councillor Matai indicated clearly, the NCR indicated to us, and for that matter, I support what Councillor Matai has indicated, that we are not agreeing with what the proposal of the Democratic Alliance to withdraw item 6.2 on the agenda. Because even, sometimes when you quote the legislation, you need to quote it correctly, like Councillor Mungale indicated. And when the councillor from the DA quoted that Section 41 of the Structures Act indicate that in a case or in an instance where there is no council whip, then the council must designate a person to act as the council whip. And that is the reason why we are all here. And if the DA believes that the Honorable Masweu, he is the council whip, let's allow the matter, and then they will re-elect him again and re-designate him again as the council whip. So what is stopping them? So I am saying, Speaker, instead of us going up and down about this particular matter, make a ruling in this particular matter so that we can continue with the Council of Mangaung. The community of Mangaung has never elected us, by the way. At least Tina, as the African National Congress, we know that we've won wards and therefore we are rightly supposed to be here. Unlike those people and then they end up becoming councillor because of the lack, they at least got numbers. So as a result of that, I implore to you to say, please, Speaker, divide the House so that we can continue with the meeting. But we are saying we are against what the DA is proposing in terms of saying 6.2 must be removed from the agenda. We don't have any council whip. Maybe after today, it is only that the council whip acting will be designated as the reason why we are here. Thank you.
Councillor Vivier, then Councillor Claudia, I saw your hand was up. Do you still want to make an input? Okay, and then Councillor Dipale. Okay, Councillor Vivier, Councillor Dipale, Councillor Kruger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to echo what was said already, but maybe it will be a good idea before you use your discretion and make your ruling, with all due respect, to ask the NCR member here to give us reference to the legislation to which she refers to, where everything that is decided in this council must be approved or ratified by the NCR. However, just to give further information, the court case, the order that was given, is an interim order till the finalization of that application. To now just make your own directions and own conclusions that by interdicting, and let's make it very clearly, for
Order,
the
Speaker.
meanwhile,
Speaker,
interdicting
order.
the executive mayor.
Order, Speaker. Order, Speaker. Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you, Speaker. I'm very, very worried because as you listen to argument here, this matter is going back to court. Must go back to court. Now, if we ventilated it,
Speaker.
it's sub judice. Why should we discuss merit of the court?
Speaker.
Why is the court still going to ventilate on
Speaker.
that? Please.
Councillor. Councillor Vivier.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So indeed, what the interim court order is saying is that the executive mayor is interdicted from his responsibility. It's saying nothing about the council whip. Nothing. And to now just to derive to the conclusion that the meeting of the 14th of April is null and void in terms of the court order is not correct. Now I want to go back, with all due respect, to the NCR. Please be so kind to have a look at section 1, 3, 6, 7 of the Constitution, which will properly explain national intervention. Now, the only further bit of legislation that will be of assistance is then chapter 13 of the MFMA. Can I continue, Madam Speaker?
Councillor Musola, no, I'm not going to grant a point of order. You are welcome to, after Councillor Vivier is finished, and Councillor
the order is
DePaule and
relating to
Councillor
what the councillor is
Kruger.
presenting.
Yes, but that's why I said, give everybody a chance to speak, and then afterwards, unless you want to say the way he addressed the NCR is incorrect. But please, we can all debate this. But it does not
debating,
help.
I'm just calling on an order based on the court orders.
Okay, but you can do that after Councillor Vivier is finished.
But what if he's on? But he's out of order, according to me, Speaker.
Councillors, please. I'm going to allow Councillor Vivier to continue. Then it will be Councillor DePaule, Councillor Kruger, and then Councillor Musola.
It means that.
I cannot, Speaker. We've been raising our
We are
hands.
not going to take any
Now I will
point of
stand
order
up
in
without your
this
permission. I will then stand up without your permission because I've been raising my hand for quite some time. Please.
Councillor Mabena, I will give to you then after Councillor Musola.
May I continue, Madam Speaker? I'm almost done.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just going to read the headings of Chapter 13. Now I must find it again, so my apologies. Of Chapter 13 of the MFMA. And I just quickly want us to listen. It's saying provincial intervention, but remember we are now under national intervention. So Section 136, type of provincial interventions. 137. Discretionary provincial interventions. 138, criteria of determining serious financial problems. The important bit is now coming. 139, mandatory provincial interventions arising from financial crisis. 140, criteria for determining serious and persistent material breaches in financial commitments. 141, preparation of a financial recovery plan. 142, criteria for financial recovery plans. 143, approval of a financial recovery plan. 144, amendment of a financial recovery plan. 145, implementation of the financial recovery plans in discretionary provincial interventions. 146, I'm almost done, implementation of financial recovery plans in mandatory provisional interventions. 147, regular review of provincial interventions. 148, termination of provincial interventions. 149, access to information, records, documents in municipalities. 150, national intervention. In a nutshell, just in giving my point of view, Madam Speaker, you can rule, it's in your discretion. You can even, if needs be, ask for this House to give you a few minutes to even get further advice as needs be. I would be most thankful to receive, with respect, the feedback from the NCR representative from where in the legislation is it coming with.
Speaker, there's no longer time limit here. I mean, Councillor now is addressing the House.
Councillor Nakelo, you do not have the floor. Please.
No.
At me.
Nobody can make
He's making a speech now. There's no time limit any longer.
Councillor Nakelo, please sit down.
Can I finish then, Madam Speaker? I tried to wrap up.
Please wrap it up.
Bottom line, please make your ruling. Hopefully the further information that will be given will make it better. Hopefully we receive an answer from the NECR representative also. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor DePaule.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I think the intervention team, we are today now being accused of having some amnesia. And people who are accusing us of amnesia were in a meeting on the 13th with us when the NCR were complaining about the security. And they said they will be watching. Whilst they are busy watching, they will immediately, when we make any mistake in terms of legislation or whatever, they will advise us immediately. they will immediately advise us to say what you are doing is wrong. Therefore, stop it right there, and they will advise us how to go about it. Now, Councillor Nikelo today has got an amnesia with regard to that they said that. And this council sat here for more than 4 or 5 months without a chief whip. So today we are making so much noise about a chief whip. Therefore, the EFF still reiterate that this item here must be removed. We do have a chief whip, we elected a chief whip here, and it should be like that. Thank you very much.
Councillor Kruger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is evident that there is no common ground in this House. So, Madam Speaker, let us not prolong the inevitable. I firmly propose that we, and I second what Councillor Vumile Nikelo has said, I second the division of votes. Let's go for vote. Let's divide this House and let's see so that we can move forward, Speaker. We cannot allow forever for everyone to entertain their views, which is leading us astray. Can we now move forward so that the agenda can be adopted and so that we can conclude this meeting? I thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Musala.
Speaker, I rise to request your office to educate this council about terms of reference that the same councillors have adopted last year, April. As I second the proposal of Councillor Logan Kruger. Thank you.
Councillor Mabena.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe when we read and interpret these legislations, we must not mislead this House. We must not quote acts that you know of, that will benefit our side. And also maybe other people don't understand the role of the intervention. It's not only for mandatory financial play, recovery play. When you quote Municipal Structures Act, you must also quote Municipal Finance Management Act. And when beginning to code Municipal Finance Management Act, that's where monetary financial recovery plan comes in. Then therefore, if this council go astray, you see, then therefore, we won't be able to recover those finances. This matter has been concluded because there is a seconder to the motion that we divide this House. Why are we gyrating? Why are we moving in circles? What are we afraid of? I remember our former speaker. He could have long ago divided this House. Then therefore, Madam Speaker, do the right thing and conclude this matter. Thank you.
Councillors, can I please give to the NCR Mayor Malaza to just respond? And then I'm going to make my ruling, please.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't seem to have space here. I might need demonstration. If you look at the financial recovery plan, it has 4 components. The first component is governance, and governance refers to the functioning of council. So in exercising the rights given by the Minister of Finance, one part of that is governance in the financial recovery plan. I know it might be confusing. When you hear the word financial, you think it's only financial implication. The second component goes to financial management. So the two are not synonymous. Financial recovery plan and financial management. Financial management is a component of the financial recovery plan. Within that, it's got many, many other. I'm not going to go into there. The other component is service delivery. And that is why councillors, even councillors from the DA, you call me anytime, at night, whenever. There's a sewage there, you don't say it's an exception to the financial recovery plan. Then we go to the component that follows after that. So I've named 3, right? It's institution. Institution is referring to the structure of the administration. So putting city managers in place, CFOs, and making sure there's a competent and capable institution. The last component, which I've not seen on Mangaung and which you all need, is a local economic development. So the financial recovery plan is inclusive in the functions that we are supposed to monitor the implementation thereof. My role is to monitor the implementation of the financial recovery plan. If in the implementation of the financial recovery plan, there are certain aspects that are not in compliance, and it states so in my terms of reference, I have a choice to ratify or not ratify. Now, I want to go to the legislation, but before I go to the legislation, I want to go to the facts of the meeting of the 14th of April. The 14th of April meeting, there was an immediate court interdict. Immediate does not mean after the meeting, after. Immediately, I sent an email to the speaker. Immediately, I sent a WhatsApp to the speaker. The speaker responded that she did not see them all until the meeting ended. Still, the duty after the meeting is to say, councillors, this decision is not right, and therefore, we need another council. What makes the council of the 14th of April null and void is that 7 councillors were immediately interdicted from taking part. This House requires 51 councillors for it to have a meeting. At that meeting, we have a register. Minus the 7, this House had 49. And therefore, it did not form a quorum. And when you have not formed a quorum, according to the Municipal Systems Act, you are not in compliance with the MFRP, so with the Financial Recovery Plan. It is that compliance
Point
which
of
the
order.
NCR stands on for not correcting.
Is respondimos.
And over and above, I was asked about the legislation. The legislation you can refer to, thank you for reading it for us, Councillor. Yes, section 139(7), subsection 4 and 5. And then there's also a gazette by the Minister of Finance, and we all know that gazettes are themselves legislative. Gazette number 46287 of 28th April, volume 62. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillors, I really want to make a ruling on this. I don't want any further discussions on this, please. Councillors, I'm not going to divide the House, seeing as this is reports from the Speaker. So it's my prerogative to remove items or not to remove items. I'm going to keep the agenda as it is, except for item 65.1 being at the start of the meeting. So please, can I have an acceptance of the agenda, a nominator, and a seconder for the acceptance of the agenda? Councillor Nikelo.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, before I move, can I request item 3 also to be number 1? I mean, to follow the one that Mayor from Cocktail is going to present, and then we move it as before the elections. The item number 62.3, that it be 62.1, and then 62.1 becomes 62.2, and then 0.3 becomes like that. And then, if the Speaker allows me, I therefore move for the adoption of the agenda with the amendment I've just made. Thank you.
That is in order, thank you. Can I please have a seconder? Councillor Titi Odile.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With the amendment that Chief Whip alluded, I'm seconding the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I then want to move to item 60.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Sebolao.
Thank you very much. I think I heard you saying you are going to leave items as they are. And you made a ruling. So the former chief whip of the ANC, the former chief whip of the ANC is coming something else. I suggest that you stick to the ruling. Items must stay as they are. No item must be changed. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Councillors, amendment was suggested. I said it's fine. It was adopted. It was seconded. The manner of these three items in which they serve does not really have any implications on anything in council. Okay. I want to move to point 60, please, announcements. As I've said previously, we do not have any interpretation services here today, so please, can we conduct this meeting in English? If the councillors will please respect that. Then we will be sending out notice today for a council meeting on Friday. It will be a virtual council meeting. The reason for the meeting is we need to table the draft budget and IDP by the 28th of April. We only received concurrence until the 28th of April. So please, councillors, I know it is kind of a long weekend, but please avail yourself for that virtual meeting. It is very important. And then I once again want to stress, please make sure your cell phones are either on silent mode, switched off, please, councillors. And then also, please can we all just respect each other and stop howling at each other. And if a speaker has the floor, can we please keep our discussions between each other to a minimum and as quiet as possible. Thank you, councillors. I'm then going to move to item 65.1, which is in committee, which is the letter of concurrence by the Minister and appointment of the acting city manager. So I'm going to request the live stream to be stopped and the media and any public that is in the chambers with us to please excuse themselves.
Speaker.
That's also referred to.
Caucus whips, councillors, councillors. Caucus whips, can I please ask you to get your councillors back? Can we please get all councillors back in the chamber so that we can proceed?
Usula.
Okay, thank you, councillors. We will now be continuing to, sorry, to item 61, reports from the Executive Mayor, none. And then we will continue to item 62, reports from the Speaker. Then item 62.1 being the replacement of councillors. Councillors received a report with regards to the replacement of councillors. You will note that there is not a letter from the IEC attached to this. The reason being ID numbers are stipulated in the letter from the IEC, which necessitated that we cannot distribute this in council due to the POPI Act. I will read to you the letter from the IEC, replacement of the African National Congress, ANC PR councillors, Mangaung Metro Municipality. Please be advised that Sibongile Perm Soleli, Vusumzi Simon, and I'm sorry, I'm going to mispronounce your surname, Sukwakwa, and then Mantusi Maria Letawane, being the candidates at the top of the party list for the African National Congress, ANC, have been declared elected to Mangaung Metro Municipality as prescribed in item 18 of Schedule 1 of the Municipal Structures Act 1998. These councillors replace the following outgoing councillors who ceased to hold office in the municipality: Maria Mapaseka Mutibi Nkuane, Ntwa Patrick Munyakuane, Puseletso Letitia Seleke. You will then also note this report is only to take note of, that council, the recommendations are A, that council take note of the report, and B, that council notes replacement by the ANC of 3 PR councillors with Ms. Sibongile Perm Soleli, Mr. Vuzumzi Simon Nkwakwa, and Mr. Mantuse Maria Letawane becomes councillor representing the ANC effective from 21 April. Apologies, councillor, I will get your surname right still. Can our 3 newly elected councillors please just stand up? Sorry, I'm sorry. Before I give this, Councillor Shirley, please. Councillor Shirley, please. If I have to speak to you again, I will unfortunately have to ask you to leave the chambers. Please, Councillor. Okay, but that also goes to this side as well. The next time I speak, I'm going to ask you to leave the chambers. Before I give over to the House, if anybody wants to say anything on this item, I just want to inform the House that these councillors did take the oath of office this morning. Oh, sorry. No, it's tomorrow at 10. Sorry. My apologies. Okay, I will now give over to the House if anybody wants to say anything on this item. Councillor Mabena.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The 3, as they stand up before this August House, they are from the African National Congress. Councillor Sibongile, Councillor Sogak, Councillor Ledwa, the ANC did not make any mistake by choosing them to come in here to beef up this council. This council was in fact at the verge of collapse. They are in here to save the sinking ship. In fact, they are tried and tested leaders of the movement. But the issue, Amakaba, Habayanya Mat, and whoever will try to penetrate and infiltrate this organization, they will vanguard it. They will drive the ship where it's supposed to go. Then therefore, we as the African National Congress, we are saying we welcome them. And I am sure this council will treat them with diligence and dignity that they deserve. They are respected by the organization, African National Congress, and all of us, we must respect them. Amanda. Yes, thank you. Thank you. When I say all power to the people, we mean it. Amanda Ngawi. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Makoluane.
No, thanks, Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to welcome 3 councillors who have been introduced to us today. I hope that those councillors will work together with us as a team to transform the situation that is taking place in our society. Maybe in swift, Honorable Speaker, I think it will be their duty and responsibility and our duty and responsibility as councillors to ensure that we assist each other to create a conducive environment. The conducive environment that is free from inequality. The conducive environment that is free from poverty. The conducive environment that is free from crime. But at the end of the day, the conducive environment that will receive the best service delivery at the end of the day, Honorable Speaker. So, in swift, or as I clinch, Honorable Speaker, I would like to humbly welcome 3 councillors who will work with us as a team going forward. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. We then move to item 62.2, designation of a councillor as the acting executive mayor. You would have received the report, designation of councillor as an acting city executive mayor. Discussions 3.1, the position of the executive mayor has once again become vacant due to the Rule Nisi interdict order granted in favour of the African National Congress, ANC, that lodged an urgent application against the Speaker, Mayor and Municipality. The basis of the application was that the municipality has allowed 7 expelled ANC councillors from the political party to attend a meeting held on 14 April 2023. The relief sought by the ANC was that the meeting held on 14 April 2023 be set aside and that Mr. Papi Mokoena be interdicted to execute duties as the executive mayor. 3.2, the former acting executive mayor is amongst one of the expelled councillors by the ANC, which renders council having vacancies of executive mayor and deputy executive mayor. Section 56(7) of the Financial Structures Act states that if the executive mayor is absent or not able, and the municipality does not have a deputy executive mayor, or the deputy executive mayor is also absent or not available, the council must designate a councillor to act as executive mayor. Considering the circumstances herein, Council is recommended to designate a councillor in an acting capacity as the Executive Mayor from April to July 2023. Then I just want to refer you to, sorry, apologies, my papers are now a bit off. Point 4, legislative provisions. The 4.1, the Municipal Council is not compelled to follow the procedure prescribed in Schedule 3 of the Municipal Structures Act to designate of councillor to act in the position of acting Executive Mayor. Therefore, the voting may be by show of hands or any other method as prescribed by the Speaker but agreed upon by a majority of councillors in the meeting. 4.2, although the Municipal Structures Act does not prescribe that the acting period of the acting Executive Mayor, it is in the interest of Council and community of Mangaung that the period of acting should be for a period of 3 months from April to July 2023 to allow Council to address compliance matters without any hindrance. 4.3, Section 16.1, dealing with the annual budget states that the Council of a municipality must for each financial year approve an annual budget for the municipality before the start of that financial year. 4.4, Section 16.2 states that in order for the municipality to comply with subsection 1, the Mayor of the municipality must table the annual budget of a council meeting at least 90 days before the start of the budget year. I just first of all want to deal with item 4.1, if you will allow me. It is stated here that voting may be by a show of hands or any other method as prescribed by the Speaker but agreed upon by the majority of councillors in the meeting. I feel that is incorrect, as the Standing Rules and Orders 13.6 clearly states that it is the prerogative of the Speaker, when requested for a secret ballot, to either grant that secret ballot or not grant that secret ballot. It is not a decision of Council. I have received requests from the Freedom Front, the EFF, the IASD, and the DA for a secret ballot. I then also just want to draw your attention to the Constitutional Court ruling of the UDM versus the Speaker of the National Assembly, 2017-5 SA. The ultimate decision of the court was that the Constitution and the rules, in our case the standing rules, permit a secret ballot, and that the Speaker has the discretion which voting procedure to adopt. Because of the legality that's now being questioned of the meeting of 14 April, and even the court case due to the election of myself as Speaker on the 29th of March, where the legality is questioned of how we do things in Council. I unfortunately have no other choice to ensure that we don't get drawn into more court cases that we're already in, to adhere to Schedule 3, which specifically prescribes the election of an Executive Mayor, even though this is just an acting Executive Mayor, and therefore I will be granting a secret ballot for the election of the Executive Mayor. I do not know if there is any other input from Council, or if we can just continue to the voting. Okay, councillors. Okay, can we just first get who wants to draw the item so that we can just make a list with that regard?
Speaker.
Councillor De Paule, we will give you an opportunity.
Yes.
Speaker. Mhlongo. Tima speak. Tima.
Councillor De Paule.
Tima Mhlongo.
Who said you must stand up?
Councillors, please. Like I've said, I'm not going to start asking councillors to leave the chambers. Councillor De Paule, is it something you need to say now? Because otherwise we have noted you here.
I was just saying, Speaker, you have already given the prescription for us to go for secret ballot. So can we just go for nomination of, please? Thank you very much.
Councillor De Paule, I must, because it is a report in front of council, give councillors the opportunity to give their inputs. Councillor Nikelo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It is unfortunate, Speaker, I must say, that you therefore decided to use your prerogative before you can even understand the view of the House. And it is also unfortunate, Speaker, that you have subjected the matter, which is by its nature, it is not a Schedule 3, in terms of the Act, without necessarily soliciting the views of the House first. And as the matter stands, Honorable Speaker, I would like to also indicate, or rather check with you, in as far as you have indicated unilaterally so, that the voting will be by through secret ballot. What is then the plan of the Speaker in executing this responsibility, in terms of making sure that whatever the process that will then be followed in this House, it is, as you indicated to say, it will be free and fair. And as a result of that, Speaker, I want to put it on record as well, that we are not happy of the decision that you have taken unilaterally as the ANC. We would have hoped that you would give the House to decide first and therefore give your discretion. But as a result of that, we would have hoped that, but however, let it be as you indicated. But the position of the African National Congress is that you should have solicited our views first and then you take the decision. Because I don't understand why it's like the Speaker, everything has been predetermined. You came to the council already concluded on the method of voting on a matter, I emphasize, which does not even fall within the prescription of the Schedule 3 as indicated by the law. As I submit, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kotze.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't take a lot of the Council's time after this speech by the Chief Whip of ANC. Madam Speaker, we already know what the court judgment declared about the elected executive mayor, Councillor Papi Mokoena. There's just one concern by the DA is the time frame for the acting executive mayor. And in the documentation it states that from the end of April to, until the end of July 2023, we as a DA would like to recommend that that time frame be changed from the end of April until the court case, until we have a final judgment from the court. And I would just like to refer you to within the interdict, and I would quickly read it. The interdict states that the respondent shall file their opposing affidavits, if any, and in the event of them not anticipating the return date, as set by no later than 5 May 2023. The applicant shall reply by no later than Monday, 22nd of May 2023. And there's already a process ongoing to bring the court date forward. So therefore, we ask that the recommended time frame be changed. And Madam Speaker, from we as a DA, we thank you for taking democracy further and giving us a secret ballot. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Mabena.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe I am in the wrong meeting here. If you check reports here, reports from the Speaker. I suppose the Speaker is you. You are the one who reported in here. You go to your page. This is your page. Page 3, legislative provisions. The Municipal Council is not compelled to follow the procedures prescribed. You go down. I'm not sure, is it you who wrote this, or were you part of this? Or someone wrote this for you? Or it is your intention to give us wrong information? When you come in here, you disputed your own report. Is it?
Point of order.
You need to give us, no. This is what is written in here. I need clarity from the one. If we are having
Councillor Mabena.
If we are having a speaker who will give us
Councillor
the wrong
Mabena. Councillor Mabena, please just sit down. What's the point of order, Councillor Pretorius?
With all due respect, Madam Speaker, the council must address you as speaker, not as you, please.
Your Majesty, Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, I really doubt your all reports in here, the authenticity of your report. Therefore, I need clarity, because if you don't clarify me, I will go. That will go for an open balloting. I support the move that we go for an open balloting. Thank you. Yes. No. I don't regret for saying that, an open balloting. This is English. You must go back to school. Thank you.
Councillor Ganaga.
Speaker, just to add, when we were elected as councillors, people went to a booth, nobody saw what their votes are. What remains is your vote is your secret. Let's vote for the acting mayor and keep our secrets, because otherwise we are opening up intimidation to the people that are not safe. We are also not safe from you guys. So can we please just keep to the ruling of the speaker? Secondly, I also don't think it's right for the councillor there, every time he speaks, he must now come and insult you as speaker and question your credibility and all these things that he's been doing since this meeting has started. If he has something to say, he must just say it, but there's no need to question the credibility of the speaker. If you cannot read the documents, ask the person next to you to read it for you.
Councillor Kruger.
Madam Speaker,
I think in terms of legislation, you are the senior in this house. And we are not electing, just to rectify my fellow councillor there with a nice blue two-piece that side. No, it's my friend, don't stress, it's a compliment. We are not electing an executive mayor. So let us not misconstrue issues deliberately so to derail these discussions. That prerogative that you made mention of is relevant when we elect an executive mayor. On that one, we have consensus. But today, we are deploying a councillor to become an acting. Therefore, we don't change the rules for convenience. We stick to it as it is. So, Speaker, don't mislead us with all due respect. We are not electing an executive mayor. Therefore, we can vote by show of hands. I don't know if you are scared because of our legitimate majority. And if you are not scared, Speaker, don't mislead us. We are not electing an executive mayor. It's an acting mayor. And the rules and the legislation does not make mention. It is not clear on that one, Madam Speaker, but your prerogative is for an executive mayor. I thank you.
Councillor Jonas.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Speaker, we as the ANC, we are not hearing anything. But I want to know from you, did you organize the IEC? So I support the ANC move that we are going to vote by show of hands.
Councillor Musola.
Thank you, Speaker. In your opening remarks, you said you want to avoid any form of litigations at all costs. But yet, you want to apply Schedule 3, where Schedule 3 is not supposed to be applied. So there is a your statement is contradicting. Speaker, your own report, like my fellow Councillor Mabena have said, it says under 4.1, the municipal council is not compelled. And yet, you bring a report to us and change it. The million-dollar question, Speaker, to you is that what led to this change? What led to you negating your own report that you have brought to us? This is your report, Speaker, nobody else's. On that note, I want to request through you, Speaker, the NCR to give us, as a council, a direction of what should happen in this regard to avoid unnecessary litigation, Speaker, like you have already said. Thank you.
Councillor Mongole.
Yeah, Speaker, Speaker, when other councillors are speaking, I keep quiet and I don't disrupt. I'm also asking the same respect to be afforded to me. All I'm saying is that, Speaker, I second the proposal of a councillor who raised the issue of an amendment on the recommendation with regard to the period, time frame of the person who's going to act as an executive mayor, because there is an outstanding court that might decide otherwise. Now, the resolution should cover the element to say we accept that time period pending the finalization of the case, whichever comes first. Because in this particular case, we should make room for the ruling of the court that will have an impact on us as a council. So we can't be found to be in contempt of court. We should respect the processes because our matter is already in the file of the court. So all what we need to do is to get finality on it. On the issue of your discretion as a speaker, I will not enter into that debate. It remains your discretion. Whether the person is a mayor, whether the person is called executive mayor or is called an acting executive mayor, the functions and duties are the same. The principle of operation is the same.
Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are two parts of legislation that should be considered here, and as you already mentioned, it is the standing rules and orders, and then also the legislation referring to the election of an executive mayor to be in secret ballot. So it is clearly stated here within our documents that it is an acting executive mayor. So, and if you still want to argue that that legislation should not be followed, then it is still your prerogative as the Speaker to decide whether it is secret ballot or not. And I think that the in-between, reading in between the lines to come with a threat of another legal suit is absolutely unnecessary. And I think perhaps it is the ANC that is scared that they cannot trust the people within their own caucus. And perhaps it is also time for you to set aside your own agendas and start focusing on the people of this municipality and start delivering services. Thank you.
Councillor Ter Blanche.
Madam Speaker, you are the Speaker. You make up your decision. Let's go. What you decide, and I don't know what it do to you, what Councillor Logan means, what she said, that is not right and that is not right. Madam Speaker, I don't know, is there problems among our fellow comrades there or Democrats? I don't know, what are you? Because it looks like some of you are comrades and some of you are Democrats. So that is the reason why you are scared. Why you are scared, let it go for that vote. But Madam Speaker, you make up your mind, let's go for the secret ballot. As simple as that. Thank you.
Councillor Makoluwane, sorry.
No, thanks, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me start by saying that we don't have any secret with opposition party. As the African National Congress, we are having our own decisions. So I just want to correct the councillor from the DA who said we must go to the secret ballot. Then we are fearless, Honorable Speaker. Actually, Honorable Speaker, Section 56, subsection 7 is very clear that if the executive mayor is absent or not available and the municipality does not have a deputy executive mayor or the deputy executive mayor is also absent or not available, the council must designate a councillor to act as executive mayor. So meaning our duty and responsibility today as the councillors is to ensure that we are going to elect the acting executive mayor. Honorable Speaker, page 3, 4.1. I want to read that paragraph, and Honorable Speaker. 4.1 is very clear. It says, the municipal council is not compelled to follow the procedure prescribed in the Schedule 3 of the Municipal Structural Act to designate of councillor to act in the position of acting executive mayor. Therefore, the voting may be by show of hands or any other method as prescribed by the Speaker, but agreed upon by majority of councillors in the council, in the meeting.
Councillor, just quickly stop, please. Councillors, please. I've asked you now 1,000,000 times. When a speaker has the floor, please respect that person.
Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I'm saying.
In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, it says, but agreed upon by majority of councillors in the meeting. Meaning that particular decision, whether we go by secret ballot or we go by a show of hands. It must be agreed by majority of the councillors in this council and Honourable Speaker. That is my understanding. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Councillor Takula.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And me also, I make reference to legislature provision that we have tabled before us. That says, agreed upon by majority councillors in the meeting. I want to say, don't overlap, because of we as a councillors here, the Constitution of the country, Act 108 of 1996, has given us the right to decide, because we are the lawmakers here. Even the Court of Law will agree with what we have agreed with 51 plus. So allowed to divide the House so that we can agree on the electing the acting executive mayor. Thank you.
Councillors, the final two councillors I have is Councillor Moring and then Councillor Ramatlama. And then I will be responding to councillors once again.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I don't know, maybe people have got a problem of hearing. You have made your ruling. What are we discussing? We have been doing this the whole morning. You made your ruling. No matter, councillors can come with acts and whatever, they are contradicting themselves. You made a ruling. Why can't we respect you as the Speaker of this House? We have respected speakers before. What is different about you? You made your ruling. We are abiding by that ruling. Regardless who stands and say what, you made a ruling and your ruling stays. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Ramatlama.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I want to agree with my fellow councillor here to say you made a ruling. And this item is wasting on our time because some of us, we need to report in Ward 17 Poloru, where ANC is going to lose that ward. But I'm not there. I'm here. Speaker, you gave a background as to why you are saying we must opt for a secret ballot. And if councillors of the ANC did not hear you clearly, I propose that you repeat to them your reasons why we are going for a secret ballot. 2, Speaker, the councillors are saying we cannot amend your own document. If NCR amended their own document here few minutes ago, what stops us from amending the very same document? So we're amending it, Speaker. Let's go for a secret ballot and get done with this item.
No, councillors, we're now just repeating everything. So unless you really have something to say that have not been said. I'm going to allow you, but as soon as you start repeating, I'm going to have to stop you. I'm sorry. Councillor Supi.
No, thanks, Honourable Speaker. My understanding of a standard meeting organization or procedures, as a presiding officer, you cannot rule over a matter which has not been discussed or item. So, in this particular item, you decided to rule while we are waiting for us to can contribute on the matter. So, it is incorrect, Honourable Speaker. So, allow us our contribution and you can decide on the matter. Thank you.
Councillor Swane.
No, thank you, Speaker. I am going to make a very important repetition so that everyone may get it very clear. One of the repetitions that I want to make is that this House, even when the NCR were trying to change or amend the letter that comes from the minister, we refused to take it as they recommended to us. We take the letter as it is from the ministers. So I want to correct that first. Secondly, Speaker, this is your document. Please, can you adhere to it? And please stop
Councillor, I'm going to
contradicting
stop
yourself.
you there. It has already been mentioned. So I'm going to stop you there. I've now asked, please, let's not say the same things over and over again. So, sorry, I'm going to stop you there. Councillor Matai.
Speaker, the prerogative, right or privilege you purport to have exercised is rather premature and arbitrary. You could not have, on the account of a conversation between the EFF and DA, conclude that we are going to conduct the business of this House through the manner that we have announced. Rightfully, you should have brought this matter to the attention of this House so that this House can canvass a view which says we will opt for this mode of voting. And I insist, Speaker, that this is not how the way things should be done. You should have at least heard the side of the story of many other political parties represented here without subjecting your view to a single view of two other parties. And I insist that this matter should be subjected to a vote of this House, because the law is very clear that that decision must come as a result of a canvassed view of a majority which constitutes this House. Thank you.
Councillor Vivier, please don't repeat anything, because then I will have to stop you. And then, please, councillors, I'm now closing it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I just want to read Rule 13.6. Will you allow me? Maybe that will assist. Thank you. Rule 13.6, my apologies. In the event of there being opposition to the recommendation, the proposal to be decided upon will be done by means of voting, either by a show of hands or, if requested and approved by the Speaker or Chairman, by way of secret ballot. Thank you.
Councillors, please take note that 56.7 says we have to designate a councillor for the position of acting executive mayor. So in any case, if we can all here agree on one councillor, there will not be voting. Secondly, this report was drawn up by the administration for me. It's not my own writing in this report. It was drawn up by the administration for me. In saying that, this is my report, and I have the right to amend my report anytime I feel so fit. Then, as I mentioned to start off with, the Standing Rules and Orders says, 13.6, if I'm requested for a secret ballot, I can grant it. There is nowhere in the Standing Rules and Orders that says I must have a discussion with council on my decision. There is nowhere. Please bring that legislation to me that I need to discuss this with council. As I've stated, the Constitutional Court has stated it's the prerogative of the Speaker to decide how voting will take place. That's according to the Constitutional Court. And like I've said, because of what has been happening with regards to court cases, and we are electing an executive mayor, even though it's just an acting executive mayor, I will be following Schedule 3 for this election.
Speaker, can I call you to order?
No. So I've now made my ruling.
Can I rise on a point of order on what you said?
No, Councillor Nikelo. Then the last matter I want to discuss. A recommendation was made that we change the recommendations with regards to the acting executive mayor acting in the position for 3 months up until July. The recommendation was made that the term of the acting executive mayor will be for the period until the court case between the current executive mayor is finalized. So I'm now going to put that to a vote.
Point of clarity, Chair. Point of clarity.
Councillor Ashatsi.
Thank you, Speaker. I just have, you haven't clarified the request from our Chief Whip. Is there any arrangement for the process of voting in a secret ballot?
And another clarity, Speaker.
Councillor Nakelo.
Ndithanda xa inje ngoku. Speaker, the item is under the report of the Speaker. It's written by administration. The Speaker distributed it without reading it. And after distributing it without reading it, you only read it when you get into the council. And then you start amending it. I mean, what is the meaning of that, Speaker? What is it that you are sending to us, the message that you are giving to us? To say this, your report, it just ran and just under your nose, distributed. And then all of a sudden, when it gets into the council, then you don't know it and then you change it because it was prepared by somebody else. That is really, I'm not sure Maria Porta. Hence we are saying, Speaker, you wrote this report, you submitted to us, don't back down on it. But because you are not the Speaker of the Council, you act based on the basis of their political parties, then that is why you take this kind of a decision.
Point of
you
order,
should
Madam
have,
Speaker. Point
you
of
should
order.
have, Speaker,
Point of order.
subjected this matter
Nakelo, there's a
to
point
all
of
of us
order.
in terms
Councillor
of discussing this
Nakelo,
matter
there's a
and
point of
finalizing on
order.
it.
Madam Speaker, he asked for a point of clarity. That's a point of order. Can you please ask him to sit down? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further clarity, Speaker.
Councillors, please sit down, Councillor Nakelo.
You are starting again because you are being directed by your...
Councillor Nakelo, please just sit down.
They are now directing you to tell me to sit down. I was still on the platform, Speaker.
Councillor Nakelo, please just sit down. I never said I did not read this report. I've very well known what is said in this report. What I said is, as the Speaker, because it is my report, I can amend the report when I wish to do so. Councillors, I'm not going to take any more inputs on this. I'm not changing my decision for a secret ballot.
Are you surprised?
Speaker, further clarity, please.
We were busy discussing
Are you
that we want to change the recommendations. So I'm now going to put that to a vote.
Before Speaker?
If you want to say something on the recommendations that we want to change, you are welcome to do that. But I'm not going to take any more inputs on anything else except the recommendations. Mayor Malaza? No, sit down, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I was deferring to my governance specialist, and I'd just like him to share the insights on the decision that's been made. Tatenkos.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As illustrated earlier on, the The NSAR's office is here to advise the council. When you're dealing with the election of the mayor, executive mayor, you refer to section 55.3. And section 55.3 forces you to use schedule 3. And when you are dealing with the designation of an acting executive mayor, you use section 56.7. And section 56.7 have deliberately and intentionally removed schedule 3. When you're dealing with, I'm just pulling them together, Madam Speaker, because they are the same. When you're dealing with the appointment of the council whip, section 41A dealing with the appointment of the council whip specifically refers to schedule 3. And section 41F dealing with the acting speaker deliberately and intentionally exclude schedule 3. We would advise the council not to include schedule 3 where it is not. But Madam Speaker, as per the report before the council, it is the prerogative of the council to decide how it takes its decision. Not you. But that decision must be agreed upon by the majority of the council.
Thank you, Councillor Nkosi. Like I have said, I've made my ruling. It's my prerogative as the Speaker, as per the case, Constitutional Court ruling between the UDM and the Speaker of the National Assembly. Ultimate decision of the court was that the Constitution and the rules, in our case the standing rules, permit a secret ballot, and that the Speaker has the discretion which voting procedure to adopt. So even if we don't use Schedule 3, I'm still allowing a secret ballot on that basis. Councillors, I then want to get back. Yes. Councillors, I then just first, before we do nominations, I just want to get back to the matter at hand, that the recommendations be changed from a period of 3 months, that it be changed to until the matter between the executive mayor and the courts are finalized, that just be changed, that it's not for a 3-month period, but until the matter at hand with regards to the executive mayor being interdicted is changed. Councillor Foster.
Honourable Speaker, it's just a point of clarity regarding to the recommendations. As I understand it, it was up until July or the outcome of the court case, whichever occurs first.
Madam Speaker.
Councillor Pretorius.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to second Councillor Foster's proposal. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
IEC e teng se re IEC. No ke bona batho ba IEC ba kena. No.
Colleagues, in 3.2, the recommendation was made. I'm not going to read the entire thing. The last paragraph, considering the circumstances herein, Council is recommended to designate a council in an acting capacity as the executive mayor from April to July 2023, and then it will read, and/or the conclusion of the court case. Okay, I'm now going to divide the House. Can we please vote on this additional colleagues, on page 2, 3.2. The last sentence reads, considering the circumstances herein, Council is recommended to designate a councillor in an acting capacity as the executive mayor from April to July 2023. Then it was now recommended we amend this to include and/or the conclusion of the court case. And the court case we are referring to is court case number 1887 of 2023. Speaker. So must I include this now? Okay, so it will read, consider in an acting capacity as the executive mayor from April to July 2023 and/or the conclusion of the court case 1887 of 2023, whichever comes first. Councillor Titi Odile.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want you to go straight to recommendations. Now you are in discussions, you are amending discussions. Now, if you can do your amendment as you are putting it to the recommendation, because we are talking about the recommendation of the councils that's supposed to be voted and be recommended. So now you are giving us now the discussion amendment. We are not there because we are about now to change the recommendation. We only have recommendation A and B. The one that we are talking about is not in the recommendation. Can you assist us on that, Honorable Speaker?
Thank you, Councillor. Then we will put in recommendation C, that 3.2 be amended.
Point of order.
Councillors, just give me a second, please. And like I've indicated before, you don't call a point of order on the Speaker. There is no provision for that. Recommendation C will then read, considering the circumstances herein, Council is recommending to designate a councillor in an acting capacity as the executive mayor from April to July 2023 and or the conclusion of the court case 1887-2023, whichever comes first. So can we please vote on adding recommendation C? Okay, councillors, I'm going to put it to a vote. Those in favour of us adding recommendation C, please raise your hands. Those against? Those abstaining? Okay. In favour of us adding recommendation C is 40. Against recommendation C is 51, abstain is 0. So recommendation C is not added. Okay.
Speaker. Speaker.
Councillor Nakelo.
Speaker, may we, all of ourselves and our valuable partners request, including you can go and caucus. We request a 5 minutes caucus. Thank you.
Yeah. Caucus is granted. Please be back by past. we please settle down? Please, councillors. Can we please get feedback from the ANC with regards to their caucus?
Speaker, I hope people will bear with me. Or I apologize, councillors will bear with me. And thank you very much, Speaker, for granting us time to go, not only as ANC, but as the glue partners. The Patriotic Alliance, AIC, ATM, and African National Congress were not ashamed to say it in this house. We went to our caucus, Speaker, and have agreed and decided that indeed, Speaker, as you have ruled, we are ready for the nominations. In fact, not nomination, for designating a person. That's a correct English, as written in that report. For designating a person or a councillor to be the acting executive mayor. But however, Speaker, I must also indicate that since you ran away from giving us clarity whether the IEC is ready and so on, therefore, all the processes of elections will happen right in this chamber. On that one, Speaker, you don't have unilateral decision. That is the majority of that is the decision of the majority as from the caucus of the GLU. So as a result of that, we are saying we are ready, and then the election will happen right in this chamber because there is no IEC that has been organized. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nikelo. Okay, thank you, councillors. With regards to the designation of a councillor, that is in accordance with Section 56.7 of the Municipal Structures Act, that council must designate a councillor to act as executive mayor. In the case that more than one person his name is put forward for the designation, we will have a secret ballot. There will be a form that needs to be filled in. So a person will need to be nominated, seconded, and acceptance of the nomination. In any case, if you make suggestions for which councillor must be designated, it will also have to be seconded, and that councillor must accept the nomination. Committee services will deal with the election. Each party will be allowed one councillor to be a party agent and observe the proceedings. The election will take place in the public gallery, so we are requesting the public to please clear the gallery for I'm not going to go into further discussions
Speaker.
about this.
No, Speaker. Now you are overstepping on your powers and responsibilities. Now you are starting again to overstep your roles and responsibilities.
Councillor Nikelo, there's a point of order.
And I'm going to stand this time. I'm not going to sit down this time because if I sit down, you're going to tell me you are not going to give me.
There's a point of order.
I'm going to stand up.
We'll come back to you. There's a point of order.
Please sit down. Madam Speaker, through you, the ANC is overstepping their boundaries.
It's your prerogative to say, if it's a secret ballot, you can say it can happen, the process, everything. There's nowhere in the standing rules and orders where it's indicated that
Point of order.
by a secret
Point of order,
ballot,
Speaker.
it must be
Point of order.
appointed by the majority of councillors
Point of order.
in council. So,
No, but Speaker,
Point of order. Point of order, Speaker.
Councillor, I will give you your point of order, but you cannot have a
Point
point
of
of
order.
order on a point of order.
Point
So
of
I
order.
will give you your point of order, but let the councillor just
Point of
finish.
order.
you need to respect the speaker. Thank you.
Councillor, your point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say through you to Councillor Pretorius, don't mislead this House. The Electoral Commission, which is IEC, is the one who's supposed to explain all the processes, because it's an empire, it's a referee. It's a referee. So allowed to get advices from us, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I'm still on.
Councillor Nakelo.
Yes. Speaker, it is unfortunate that the person I thought understand English correctly, because probably it's his first language or not, or whatever. Now it's my fourth language, but my understanding on the standing rules and order, there is nowhere where standing rule and order says the speaker have a prerogative to decide when the secret ballot can happen. It says the speaker may decide whether it is by show of hands or by secret ballot, but it has no venue. So we are saying as the ANC, rather as the GLU, the venue for the elections, it happens right here on the 31st of August last year. Sometimes, councillors, when you talk presidency, you talk nice English. So that particular nice English of presidency and everything, let it take place even now. On the 31st of August, when the council whip was voted out, we were voted here. We counted here. So everything, let it happen here. Thank you very much.
Speaker, my hand has been up for a long time.
I will come to you now, Councillor. Councillors, as the presiding officer,
Are you the presiding officer now?
it is also my prerogative of how the elections take
But
place.
you are still debating, Speaker. We are not yet there.
I am the presiding officer. So the voting will take place
My hand is
in
up.
the public gallery.
My hand is
I
up.
will get to you, Councillor.
Okay. Because I'm
Please
getting
don't
impatient.
interrupt me. I'm busy speaking. As the presiding officer over this election, the election will be in the public gallery. We do not need the IEC to run our internal elections. That is done internally. We can invite the IEC to come and assist us with these elections, but it is not a necessity for the IEC to be here to run the elections. Councillor Letuana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to check, based on your ruling, the public was invited here to come and witness, and even in terms of your rules, it says there has to be an area demarcated for the public to be part of the council, as it is in terms of the arrangement. So what I want to establish with you, are you saying now you are going to cause the inconvenience of removing them there? And then in case they refuse, because it's written there, public area, in case they refuse to move there, what are you going to do?
Councillor, we had a meeting yesterday with all the caucus whips where it was specifically indicated that this area won't be open for the public because of safety concerns. Please don't start talking when I'm talking still. So what we stated is the public won't be allowed in this area. They can follow this. We're not closing this to the public. They can still follow it on our Facebook Live book stream.
How
And
do you
that is
allow
what
them?
was indicated yesterday. So they are more than welcome to go into the foyer.
How do you allow them?
While we are doing. Councillors, I'm not going to take any further discussions on this. We are now going to get ready.
Speaker, you are becoming something that you're supposed to. You're not supposed to be. You are becoming now.
Councillors, we are now going to get ready.
You are becoming a dictator now, Speaker.
Okay.
And really, it is not accepted.
Okay, Councillor Nikelo, you
I
indicate
pity-
you
I
don't have the
pity- I
floor. I
pity.
did not recognize you. You do not have the floor.
But really,
Speaker.
what you are
I
doing,
did
Speaker.
not recognize you.
Speaker, we're not going to be held to ransom by you and
Councillor
Councillor
Dipole. Councillor Dipole.
You are not going to tell Speaker when and where to hold the
Councillor Dipole.
We're not going to be held to ransom by law, no man.
Councillor
You come
Dipole.
here and you tell the Speaker on where and where to
Councillor
hold the
Dipole.
job. Fuck, man.
Councillor Dipole. Councillor Dipole. Councillors, please.
On a point of order.
Councillor
On a
Dipole.
point of order.
Councillors, just sit down and calm down. Councillor Dipole, you did not have the floor.
I withdraw.
No, you did not have the floor to
Thank you.
off with.
I
Please
withdraw,
withdraw
Speaker.
what you said
I
and
withdraw.
apologize to this House.
I withdraw and I apologize.
Apology accepted.
Colleagues, we're now going to move on to the designation. No.
Speaker. 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 Speaker.
Colleagues,
Speaker.
I'm not recognizing anybody, so it does not help
Speaker.
you howl out to me, Speaker. Councillors, currently in council, we are 47 members from the ANC, 24 members from the DA, 12 members from the EFF, 2 members from the Freedom Front Plus, 2 members from the AASD. The PA, we have 2 members. The AIC, we have 1 member, ATM 1 member, and the ACDP 1 member, which brings us to a total of 92 councillors present. Plus 1, oh, okay. The Freedom Front Plus, we've got 3 members.
So she's just
Yeah.
So it's 92.
No, we're 93, because you wrote the PA only as 1.
Yeah, it's 2. Yeah, sure. I made a mistake. So it's 90. Yeah. So it's 93. So,
Councillors,
please.
councillors, As I've said in 56.7, and I'm not going to repeat myself, so please listen. As per Section 56.7 of the Municipal Structures Act, the council must designate a councillor to act as executive mayor. So I would need recommendations from council who they recommend to be designated as a councillor. As I've mentioned, if only one councillor is recommended, then we won't have to vote. So can I please have recommendations from the floor? Councillor Mogotu.
No, thank you, Speaker. Without much ado, I just want to check with you in terms of implementation of rules. When we started here, we never even hear issues of apology or late coming or whatever in terms of attendance. Are you having anything in your disposal in that? For any member to can come in a council at any time. Thank you very much. So,
Councillor, I said the application for leave of absence is dealt with administratively. Councillors, can I have recommendations / nominations from the floor?
sorry, Speaker. Follow-up, Speaker.
Councillor Muliwa.
I recommend the name of Councillor Gregory Ntatisi as an acting mayor.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Chwala.
Thank you, Speaker. The African Transformation Movement seconds the nomination.
Thank you. Do we have any other recommendations, nominations? Councillor Dipole.
I nominated the name of Councillor Laki Mongali.
Do we have a seconder? Councillors, please settle down. Councillors, please settle down. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ramatlama.
No, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand here to second the name of Councillor Laki Mongale to be the acting mayor of Mangaung.
Councillor Ntatisi, can you please just indicate if you accept your nomination?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mongale, please just indicate if you accept your nomination.
I accept, Speaker.
Thank you. I'm then going to request you to please fill in the necessary form for us to continue. As we've spoken now, the elections will be taking place in Committee Room A to not inconvenience the public.
Present.
Councillor Matai.
Honorable Speaker, I just want to make a further submission. I think it was an unintended omission on the part of the Chief Whip. We would want to propose that each party delegate one person to serve as a party agent whose task would be to observe the voting process, but as well as not limited to observing the may as and when it is required by any councillor from a party that they represent, if they need to be assisted in whatever form. So I'm making that submission. That submission, I think it was an omission. I'm making that submission. Each party from amongst all parties represented here to delegate one on behalf of their party. Thank you.
Councillor. Councillor. As I said at the beginning, each party will be allowed one councillor to be a party agent and observe the proceedings. But we will not be allowing parties to assist other councillors to vote. It has never been requested previously. It was never required previously. So, unfortunately, each party will only be allowed a party agent to observe the proceedings. Councillors, please, I don't want to open up debate now. We're busy with the process of designating, so I don't want us to have debates now and throw comments at each other. So, please. Councillors, okay, we are busy setting up in Committee Room A. I just want to request that councillors please bring their nameplates with them so that we can identify councillors. And then can each councillor so long send us one councillor to be a party agent? Councillor Leach.
Madam Speaker, can we also please request that the party agents do not take in their cell phones, as photos may not be allowed?
Yes.
Nope.
Yes. Councillors, this is precisely the same. It worked with the election of the Speaker.
It was illegal in the first place.
Order, Speaker. It is the same as it worked with the election. Party agents were also not allowed to take their cell phones.
Speaker? No, Speaker. Can you recognize us, please? Because this is not a kingdom. And you, please.
Councillors, please. Please take your nameplates with you. And as I said, as was the proceedings when I was elected as Speaker, no cell phones will be allowed in the...
Speaker, can you please tell us which legislation or where that law is written, where it says we are not supposed to take our cell phones to the voting booth? Can you please tell us about a law that says that?
There is no law that states there, but it's also... Councillor Misola.
You are overstepping.
Can I please request the party agents, please?
We are taking our cell phones.
If you can please come to the front, party agents. One per party.
I'm giving only 1 month.
No, Speaker. You see?
Mulungu.
Hello,
Sure.
Ayatshaba makwala.
Hello, Johan.
Okay, thank you, councillors. If we can just settle down, please. When we started the voting process, we were 93 councillors in council chambers. The total ballots that was issued was 93. The total votes cast was also 93. Spoiled ballots was 0. And the results are Councillor Mongale got 43 votes and Councillor Ntaitisi got 50 votes. Councillors, please settle down. Please, councillors. Councillors, please settle down. Councillor Ntaitisi, it's then congratulations, you have been designated as the councillor to act on behalf of council as the executive mayor. Okay, councillors, please settle down. I'm not sure if any councillors wants to address the house after this election. I just want to ask councillors, if you do address the house, please keep it short because we have another election to deal with and it is getting very late.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Councillor Kruger, just wait. Can all councillors that want to address the house, please just raise your hands. Okay. Then, okay, thank you, Councillor Kruger. You can.
Thank you very much.
Councillor, sorry, whose name I can't pronounce, surname. Okay. Any other councillors? Okay, then thank you, Councillor Kruger. You may continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Indeed, what a momentous moment, not just for the ANC and not just for our partners, as we call them, the glue, but equally rectifying what the voters of Mangaung wanted. When the voters gave us the majority vote, that is exactly what they wanted from the ANC-led government. And if we look at the life and the stature of our elected mayor, which we know is going to become permanent, it's just a matter of time, we can really say, Councillor Ntaitisi, you are a well-polished diamond of the ANC, not just as a politician, where you have earned your stripes, but equally, we will never forget, after the 1994 elections, you were then already deployed as an MEC for Public Works. And Comrade Ntaitisi, Councillor Ntaitisi, today, what is bestowed on you is what you have worked for. Your credentials speaks volumes. And we want to thank the ANC councillors for demonstrating that in the midst of challenges, unity always prevails. We are very pleased with the results. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kruger. Councillor Vusi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Comrade Craig, the Councillor Gregory, Executive Mayor of Mangaung, I know you have a lot of dreams about Mangaung, because yours is not only about saving the African National Congress, but it's about bringing change in Mangaung. Your years of struggle in exile in South Africa, it's time now to show that indeed you are here to shape Mangaung and to make sure that we get out of this situation where we are. I know that we are capable. I know that with your team and the councillors as a whole, you can do better. So we are here to support you, all of us, as the African National Congress and our crew, and all councillors. So let's make sure that we become available to all the councillors. We drive the process of reconstruction and rebuilding of Mangaung. The sewer that are running on the street, I know is your biggest headache. But let's sit down, shape, let's move forward. Congratulations.
Thank you, councillors. And then moving to 62.3, designation of a councillor. Sorry. Designation as a councillor as the acting council whip. We all received the report. When I go to legislative provisions, 3.1 once again states the municipal council is not compelled to follow the procedure prescribed in Schedule 3 of the Municipal Structures Act to designate of councillor to act in the position of council whip. Therefore, the voting may be by show of hands or any other method as prescribed by the Speaker, but agreed upon by a majority of councillors in the meeting. 3.2, although the Municipal Structures Act does not prescribe that the acting period of the acting council whip, it is in the interest of council and community of Mangaung that the period of acting should be for a period of 3 months from April to July 2023 and or until the position is filled to allow council to address compliance matters without any hindrance. I then also just want to draw your attention to Section 41F of the Municipal Structures Act, which states that if the whip of a municipal council is absent or not available to perform the functions of whip, or during a vacancy, the council must elect another councillor to act as whip. Before I take input from the House, I just want to state that I'm making the same ruling as I did with regards to the designation of a councillor as the acting executive mayor. This will also once again be a secret ballot as precisely the same procedure that was as we just gone through. So I will now open up the floor for inputs from councillors. Councillor Mokoena.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Just a clarification on this particular item. And I would want, before I do that, Honourable Speaker, just preface what I understand about the New Structures Amendment Act of 2021 around the Code of Conduct for Councillors. That a councillor taking part in a decision that is unlawful or illegal will bear personal responsibility for the consequences of that decision. And I'm paraphrasing. Honourable Speaker, unlike the previous item that we just voted on, this particular item we are doing when Councillor Masweu is the duly elected whip of council. We don't have any judicial review of that decision at this moment. Everybody has got an opinion about the validity of the meeting of the 14th. And as a result, I don't know whether I can persuade the Speaker to say this matter can be held in abeyance until you get a legal opinion on the status of that particular meeting. Because as we stand today, we have an interim interview that was fairly very clear about the first part of the elections that we did. But as it relates to this particular matter, it was not in contention. And as a result, anybody's opinion is entitled to that opinion. But until such time that there is a judicial review of the status of that meeting, I would want to implore the Speaker to understand that voting on this matter, when there is a councillor and there is no vacancy that has been challenged lawfully anyway, and there is no judicial review, it would be improper and unlawful of all of us to take part in that kind of a decision. So I would want to request that this matter be held in abeyance and the Speaker get a legal opinion sourced internally or externally as to the appropriateness of bringing this matter to this council when there is no vacancy and all of us have an opinion about the status of the meeting of the 14th. I do have my own opinion, Honorable Speaker, but I would not want to bore this council about that opinion. But at the right platform, I would, if you invite me, to indicate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mokoena. Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think you have made the ruling earlier on that these two items will serve before council today. Furthermore, I think the NCR has made it clear that the council sitting of the 14th of April is regarded null and void. So as a result, these two items will serve. So I would like to indicate the following, Speaker, that the position and role of council whip is one of the most crucial one, both in council as well as in Troika. So amongst the other functions or the responsibilities expected to be performed by the council whip is to assist the Speaker to maintain order in council by requiring councillors to adhere to the rules of council regarding general conduct in meetings, provide political accountability, and ensure that all councillors are accountable to their respective wards and political parties. But we should note that for almost 8 months, Mangaung Metro Council has not enjoyed such because there was no council whip. I don't want to dwell much in terms of section 41, subsection F, which almost everybody has spoken about in terms of the vacancy and so forth. But I need to indicate that it is therefore because of these aforementioned reasons, as the ANC, we urge council to designate a councillor to act as a council whip until such time a full-time council whip is elected. We therefore propose the name of Councillor Vumile Nikelo as the ANC, who needs no introduction, who has previously occupied this position and is willing to do it with due diligence. Thank you, Speaker.
On a point of explanation, Honorable Speaker, on a point of clarity,
Councillor Camphor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, progress for the sake of progress is no progress at all. I'd like to support Councillor Mokwena's proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Lechuku.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to support and second the name of Vumile Nikelo to be our council whip. Thank you.
Councillor Matai.
I rise on a point of procedure. The proposition deposited by Councillor Mokoena here takes us back and forth. When we adopted the agenda, it was clear from your ruling that these two items will serve, and as a result, they will be subjected to a voting process. I want to move that please guide the meeting, because that proposition really takes us back and forth. I don't know why is Councillor Mokoena raising it now when he had the opportunity to raise it earlier when you adopted the agenda. When we adopted the agenda, it was clear from your ruling that these two items, the election of the acting mayor as well as the acting council whip, will be considered, and the appropriate way you deemed it fit was that we will subject this matter to voting through a secret ballot. I now want to second the proposition made by Councillor Kondile. Thank you.
Councillor Pretorius.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's, Councillor Mokoena is totally correct. There's no legislation, there's nothing that happened in the last few weeks that said the council whip was not elected on the 14th of April. Yeah.
Is Councillor Kruger.
Respectfully so, Speaker, what is the use of adopting an agenda if we can amend it after adopting it? Can we be procedural? And Speaker, I would humbly ask you to guide us and to lead us, as you are the legislative authority in this House. Please guide us.
That's
I thank
not a
you.
point of order.
Councillors, please. Councillor Pretorius, can I just quickly, before. Councillors, remember, our discussions earlier was for the removal of this item. It was then decided this item will not be removed. That means once we get to that item, everybody gets the opportunity to discuss this item. So we are now busy with the discussion of the item that was on the agenda. So please allow councillors. Councillor Pretorius.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The point is that this item was never mentioned, or the chief whip was never mentioned in any court. There's no interdict against it. So Councillor Mokoena is totally correct to say that we are going to have trouble if we are now electing another chief whip, then we're going to have two chief whips in council. That cannot happen. So, Speaker, it's your report, and I want to humbly ask, please, to refer it back and get that legal opinion, because I'm not going to pay for any legal costs because of the ANC that want to elect another council whip, but we already have a council whip. Thank you.
Councillor Mokoena.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I think, Honourable Speaker, we're trying to progress the matters in council. And I would want to believe that the Speaker confidently so up to now has understood that she is the custodian of the lawfulness and the legal processes in council. And that a matter that is grey or that is unclear, that the Speaker has got the right to try and guide this council appropriately lawfully. And as a result, I want to implore on the Speaker, because of the fact that there are opinions, and they remain opinions, Speaker, and I don't know whether you want to be swayed into making a legal decision on opinions that in and by themselves are conflicting. And that is why I wanted to employ you. And you rightly say so. I was not saying this matter must be removed, but we agreed that the matter would be discussed. And I'm doing the discussion part of it, Honourable Speaker, as part of that. So I leave it up to you, Speaker, to make the right determination in terms of your duty as a Speaker, in terms of the law.
Councillor Shatsi, sorry.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, can I humbly request that we must be fair to all processes that takes place in this council? In the process of voting for the acting deputy mayor, you already directed us that we go for, or the acting mayor, sorry. You already directed us to go and vote for on a secret ballot, and we didn't make any inputs or any suggestion, and you forced us to go and vote. But now, why don't you force us again to go and vote for the chief whip?
Sorry, Council, if I can just respond. Everybody was allowed to make their inputs because as well inputs were made for us to change the recommendations. So, and we voted on that. So I'm not treating the items differently. They're being treated precisely the same. Councillor Vivier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it will be unnecessary for me to mention everything that I've already mentioned this morning in this regard. We can just go back on the recording. The matter of the fact is that the duly elected council whip is not interdicted. Bottom line. I've already alluded you to this morning on the fact that if needs be, get clarity on that, and I want to applaud you that I think up until now today you handled this council, I think, as well as you possibly can. In back thought now, maybe it was correct to allow the point on the agenda so that we can debate it now. I'm not going to repeat everything, but the first point on the agenda, yes, someone was interdicted. But on the council whip, it's not the case. And as I've explained, that is the interim order. To now derive the conclusions that the 14th meeting was irregular and null and void, it's not correct. So I will just also voice my opinion, as I've done already this morning, that there's no need for this point on the agenda to continue. Thank you.
Speaker. Councillor Makuluane.
No, thanks, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, at the beginning of this council, we were told by the members of the opposition party and yourself that the decision or the ruling of the Speaker must be respected. And before you can open for the debate of this item, Honourable Speaker, you yourself, you said the election of the acting chief whip in this council will be through secret ballot. That was your ruling. So I'm humbly requesting to the council that we must do the same. Let's respect the ruling of the Speaker at the end of the day. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Councillor Mabena.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, indeed. We respect you as the East African National Congress. Hence, we are not disputing your ruling to say you go for secret ballot. And number two, now emerges again the question of amnesia. Others seem to be forgetful in here. We're not going to ask NCR to again explain these processes. If one remembers very correctly and very well, NCR explained thoroughly about the meeting of the 14th of April and also the decisions taken in there. You see. There were councillors who were supposed not to be part of this, that particular meeting. You see? Then therefore, they attended. If you go and read thoroughly what is the role of a political party over those who are deployed by them, you'll begin to understand as to whether that council was legitimate or illegitimate. Then therefore, let us not go back and forth. With a humble request, let us follow the route that we followed when we elected our acting executive mayor, so that we can finish very, very early. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, I want to divide the House on the matter But so please, if you still have an input to make that hasn't been said yet, I will allow you, but please, for time's sake, let's not repeat everything that has already been said. Councillor Ganoga, then Councillor Mongale, and Councillor Dipale. And Councillor Letuana. And then I'm going to divide the House.
Speaker, I'd caution you about dividing the House. I think you should make a ruling and withdraw the item. But that being said, when the NCR was explaining how she's getting involved and how she can make an opinion about the council and deciding whether the council was legit or not, she spoke about governance and that the council is a governance structure. And she was factually incorrect because council is an oversight body. So she herself was very unclear where she fits in the whole structure and where she can put her nose in and put her nose out. Thank you.
Councillor Mongale.
Thank you, Speaker. I always listen when others speak. I'm expecting the same principle to apply to me.
Yes, councillors, please, can we just settle down and respect each other? It's been a long day, a difficult day.
I also told my son that I behave in councils. He must watch it live on Facebook.
Councillor Kruger, please.
Now, Speaker, I apologize for referring to you. Speaker, the reason why we are in this council, it is not as a result of the opinion of National Cabinet Rep or any member of the intervention team. We are sitting in this council on the basis of the court order that was given on the 19th of April by Judge Chesiwe. On that document, the applicant is African National Congress. I want to take everybody to memory lane. The speaker is cited there, the executive mayor is cited, and also the Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality is also cited. Nowhere in the document where the whip of the council is cited. Then you follow the document, you follow the order. What does the order say? Order has got 9 prayers. On the 9 prayers, the first one is an application for condonation that was granted. On the second one, it's an issue of this order in terms of Rule Nisi. That is also been given the date to say it is Thursday, the 1st June 2023, calling upon respondent to show cause, if any, why the following order should not be made final. It goes further to say it has 2.1 and 2.2. And then we go to the next page, and 2.3 for that matter. On the next page, it has item 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. None of those items where it is making any reference to the whip. And all of us here, we are sitting with an order of the court. And we know that any interpretation to any statute, it is subject to correction and opinion by the other. That is why people rightfully so went to court so that they can get finality on the matter. Now it is my humble submission to say we are not going to be subjected to opinions of individuals in this particular sitting. But let us check what the prayers, the 9 prayers that are in the order are saying. If there is any that says it has declared a vacancy on the position of the whip, or it says the election of the whip was not acceptable, or there is anything that interdicts the whip from performing its functions, yes, then we have a case. In the absence of that, there is no case. That is my humble submission. And we also need to record this, Speaker. I want to speak on record to say the position of whip has been vacant for more than 6 months. Now, it has been filled there is a crisis where people want to challenge it outside the courts, what people should have done, whoever that has made an application to the court, they should have said, we are also joining the whip on the basis that he was elected on that meeting. But they didn't do it. Now, an error in law it's not taken as an error to say, I failed to wipe the table, I must go and wipe it. Stay deceased. That is what the law says, stay deceased. This is a settled law. The decision stands. Here's the decision. Now, anyone who comes with any knowledge to say this matter insinuate that a particular individual has got the right to interpret it other than the judge that was presiding over the matter is misrepresenting the facts and is also misrepresenting this council. I don't want to speak like a lawyer again.
Councillor Dipole.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I was wondering why Dr. Nikelo was so energetic today. It was about him today. Anyways.
On a point of order, Speaker. On a point of order. On a point of order. On a point of order. On a point of order.
You can only go once, point of order, and I will acknowledge you, Councillor. What's your point of order?
Madam Speaker, we are addressing an item on a table. We are not addressing individuals or individual councillors in here. You must address an item on the table. Thank you.
Please continue, Councillor Dipole.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Dwak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, we as the EFF, we align ourselves with what Councillor Papi Mokoena has put on the table, because now we are now forming our own legal opinion. The last time I checked, we were just councillors, we not legal experts. So since now the chief whip, council chief whip was not cited on the papers, we cannot come here and make our own determination or decision in terms of that. However, we'll humbly request that the EFF caucus will walk out of here. We go home so that, because we are not getting anywhere. So, thank you very much.
Councillor Letuwana. Councillors, please.
Thank you.
Please
Madam
settle
Speaker.
down.
Jwale DA ha etsa ma speaker ka tabama. DA ha etsa ma speaker ka ma.
Councillors, please settle down.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Councillors, please settle down. We are still in council. The public is still watching. So please settle down and respect the House.
Chief Whip.
Okay, thank you, councillors. We are still 52 councillors in council, so we can continue with the item. Any other inputs from councillors on the matter? Yes, okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Even though the councillors that I wanted to address are no longer here, I just wanted us to refer to point 5 of the court ruling, second line thereof, which says, on the strength of which the applicant secured an order against the 7 former municipal councillors mentioned in the applicant's founding affidavit. Then the response thereof is on 2.3, which then says the unlawful election of 2 offices then took place on that day, which is the executive mayor and the council whip. So there is no way that we can go out of this council and so the opinion that we already know. We are legislators here. We know already that the court has ruled that that meeting, because of its unlawful nature, ended up with unlawful decisions. So as a result, Speaker, I'm going to applaud you that you allow us just to vote on the matter.
Thank you, councillors. I want to divide the House with regards to the suggestion that was made that we park this item and first get a legal opinion. Before I divide the House on the matter, also just want to say it might be wise to get a legal opinion, but it's the choice of the House. So I'm going to divide the House. Any councillors in favour that we park this item and first get a legal opinion, please raise your hands. Any councillor against us parking this item and first getting a legal opinion, please raise your hands. Against us parking this item and getting a legal opinion, please raise your hands.
Speaker, so you are saying, sorry.
Councillors, I said, please listen. If you guys would stop chit-chatting between each other and listen, we can finish this item. What I said, a recommendation was made, it was seconded. The recommendation said we must park this item and first get a legal opinion. So I now want to vote from council. Firstly, who is in favour of us parking this item and getting a legal opinion? Please raise your hands. Secondly, who is against us parking this item and getting a legal opinion? Please raise your hands. And then lastly, who abstains?
In favor is 0, against is 50, abstain is 1.
Okay. In favour of the recommendation is 0, against is 50, abstaining is 1. So we will continue with the item. As I stated, in the recommendations, if the whip of a municipal council is absent or not available to perform the functions of whip, or during a vacancy, the council must elect another councillor to act as whip. As I've earlier stated, if there is more than one nomination, this election will be taking place by secret ballot. Otherwise, if there's just one nomination, that councillor will be duly elected. I know it was previously mentioned, but just for record's sake, is there any nominations from the floor? Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Speaker. Like I've said earlier on, I nominate Councillor Vumile Nikelo.
Councillor Lechoko. Councillor Lechoko.
Thank you, Speaker. I once more second the name of Vumile Nikelo. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nikelo, do you accept your nomination?
Speaker, I accept.
Is there any other nominations from the floor? In that regard, because we only have one nomination, Councillor Nikelo, congratulations, you are the acting council rep.
Sorry. Honorable Speaker, can we repeat again for record purposes? Let's vote for the name of Councillor Nikelo again as the chief whip so it can be counted and you mention the numbers. I need that thing to be recorded. As we record the one of the acting mayor, let's record also this one of Councillor Nikelo. Can you allow us to vote for the name of Councillor Nikelo so it can be recorded that we voted?
Councillor, just remember, when there is only one nomination, there's no need for voting. So, do you now want us to do a secret ballot? Because I've already made my ruling on that. So, do you want to go now and vote per secret ballot for one name? There's only one person. So, then it is accepted. We have 52 councillors in council today. So 52 councillors is the majority agree to one person in council. Okay. Councillors, I want to close this item, but before I do, is there anybody that wants to say anything on this item after Councillor Nikelo was elected as the acting council whip? Councillor Matai.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to convey our profound gratitude to this August House for the election of Councillor Vumile Nikelo as the acting council whip. The display of confidence by this House in you, Councillor Nikelo, comes in no small measure. We would like to extend our heartiest congratulations on your election on this day as the council whip. We indeed are confident that the trust placed in you by ANC and its allied partners in general will inspire us to continue important efforts in promoting good governance, thereby heralding a path towards prosperity. The Democratic Alliance, acting in cahoots with a party they branded their enemy number one, can no longer continue to conduct itself like gladiators who wrestles power away from the people of this city. To act with impunity in that regard can no longer go unabated. We will stand guard as the ANC, working in partnership with its allied partners to defend our democratic gains to promote good governance and to promote stability in this council. The AG, among many of his opinions expressed in 2021 audit outcomes, has isolated instability in councils as one of the major disturbances that leads to the collapse of our municipal councils. And we owe it to ourselves as parties represented in this council to act in a manner befitting of our conduct. With those few words, Councillor Nikelo, I congratulate you. Thank you.
Any other councillors? Okay, thank you, councillors. I'm then moving to item 63, reports from the Audit Committee. There's none. Item 64, reports from MPAC, none. And then we've already dealt with item 65.1. And then I move to item 66, closing of the special council meeting. We are adjourned. Thank you, councillors.
Councillors, committee room B.